Morning. Whoa. Good morning. How's it going? Cool. Welcome to day 2 of Archives Unbound, 50 Years of Hope, Resistance, and Rebellion. It's great to see some of you who were here yesterday. And is anybody here for the first time and wasn't able to attend yesterday but is here today? Welcome. Great. So we're a little bit behind, but we're about to get started. I just wanted to offer a couple of housekeeping things. The first is just that we have 2 photographers in the room, Barb Parmet and Gary Colmenar. Barb is not only a brilliant photographer, but also a longstanding JVP Santa Barbara member who's been a core organizer with students and with our coalition. So we thank her so much for doing this, also pro bono for today. So thank you, Barb. And just a note about photography, if you prefer not to be featured in pictures, photos that will be taken today will likely be used for future archival purposes. So if you prefer not to be in a picture, you might just want to sort of wave away or indicate to Barb that you'd rather not be in the frame. We are also live streaming the entirety of the conference. And so we just encourage you to keep that in mind for those who might be of a different generation. Live streaming is live broadcasting. So just keep in mind that what you are saying in this room might also be broadcast to a much wider audience than this. Otherwise, that's about it. Coffee will be served throughout the day. We will have snacks throughout the day as well, and lunch will be served. I think we're thinking after or in the middle of the movie screening, but we'll make an announcement about that at 11 after this panel. So without further ado, we are so honored and excited to have the first panel of the day. Take it away.
We started? Hi. Can you hear me? This is the first time I've been in this room. I work here. So good morning, everyone. It's great to see you and to be here. And welcome. My name is Chela Sandoval. I teach liberation philosophy. Thank you, everybody. I teach liberation philosophy and U.S. Third World Feminism here at UCSB in the Department of Chicana and Chicano Studies. I know this is very formal, but I can't help it. I don't know why. I'm not formal. This morning we turned toward Cedric Robinson's and Elizabeth Robinson's engagements with media as access to revolutionary change. Over 40 years, Elizabeth Robinson, is she here, by the way? Not yet. Let me see. Over 40 years, Elizabeth Robinson's political, intellectual, and radio broadcast artivism has ensured the media distribution of interventionary voices, perspectives, and artists with shows like the currently available Girls Who Rock, Women's Music, Rasa World Vision, Native America Calling, Word on the Street, and Cultures of Protest. Over the years, Elizabeth has worked with media activists to develop and sustain public access media. She has instructed students in the technical production of radio, participants and guided participants in becoming expert radio producers, and mentored many people, as we heard yesterday, toward themselves becoming teachers, activists, producers, artivists. Cedric Robinson's final book is an analysis of U.S. film produced before World War II to reveal how these films generated forgeries of memory and meaning. These cinematic forgeries, he tells us, were technically legitimated through the mechanics of racial regimes. Today, this panel takes up these practices, these ideas. We think together about media, culture, and regimes of race and gender, and to reveal radical, alternative, and oppositional practices. Indeed, our panelists here can themselves be recognized as media creators, as artivists whose own selected media fashions new forms of perception, knowledge, writing, enactment, and revolutionary politics. From the construction of feminist, women of color, Jotaria, y los atravesados creations, to the targeted interventions that are made through bold political writing, from transdisciplinary experimentations with Western modes of academic writing and study, to building models to encourage collective thinking and collaborative writing. So my colleague Omi introduces them.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I like that. My name is Omi Tinsley. I am professor and chair of Black Studies. My work is motivated by boundless love for Black femme creativity, always and everywhere. And I am here, this is a way I've never introduced myself. I also occupy the office that was once Cedric Robinson's. When I got here, Ingrid Banks gave me my daughter, who was 9 at the time, empty offices, and she's like, this one. This is the right one. And then I learned later why. I am here to just briefly introduce the panelists using the bio that they have provided. I'm going to start with the two panelists to my left. And I just have to say, before I read this bio, here today in the audience is someone who was Eula Taylor, who was a teacher where I learned to be a scholar and a person in a lot of ways at the University of California at Berkeley. And somebody who I worked with there, my mentor for many years, Veve Clark, used to talk about the importance of litotes, or understatement. And the bio that I'm about to read for these two folks is a beautiful example of litotes. I think, as somebody who likes maybe to overstate things a little bit, I would say that the work of these two people to my left has been inspiring in its richness and depth and texture, not just for me, certainly, but for all the students that come through and are really inspired to think through possibility for movement and depth and the way that their creative impulses can matter in a world where so little seems to. So now I'll read the very understated but also lovely bio that they have provided. Stefano Harney and Fred Moten are the authors of The Undercommons, Fugitive Planning and Black Study, and All Incomplete, both from Minor Composition / Autonomedia. Stefano is professor of transversal aesthetics at the Academy of Media Arts in Cologne. Fred teaches in the departments of performance studies and comparative literature at New York University. They have been friends and writing partners for 40 years.
Thank you so much, Omi. Thank you, Chela. It's an honor to be here. It's been a wonderful weekend so far, and it's a special honor to be on the panel with all of you. And you know, we too have been deeply inspired and animated by your work too. So thank you. So we're going to kind of trade floors a little bit, and I'll just try to move as quick as we can so we won't go over. Our talk is called All You Got Is Your Friends. Cedric's 2004 retirement celebration and conference began with a gathering at which we were invited to watch and discuss the 1995 film Devil in a Blue Dress, adapted from the first of the E.Z. Rollins mystery novels written by Walter Mosley, directed by Carl Franklin, starring Denzel Washington and featuring Jennifer Beals and perhaps most memorably Don Cheadle in the role of Mouse, a compact dynamo of Texas street muscle whom Denzel's Easy calls up from Houston to be at his back as he negotiates the inter- and intraracial perils of Black life in Los Angeles immediately after World War II. Cedric offered some brief remarks after the film in which he asked those of us attending to consider the absolute necessity of a figure like Mouse to the work of surviving and abolishing the racial regimes that buttress and renew racial capitalism. Since that evening, Stefano and I have happily been working on the assignment, which is more of a gift, an opportunity to continue to gather with him and with Elizabeth and with all their friends and study. This morning, we want to offer a brief report on our progress. We've been thinking especially hard about the closing of the film when Easy and his friend Deacon Odell, played by Albert Hall, contemplate the moral and/or ethical problems the story leaves with them and us. Sitting on Easy's porch after resolving the questions surrounding Daphne Monet, the film's title character, and after a string of increasingly deadly encounters in which Mouse, with certain and mortal swiftness, saves both her and Denzel from their braided attempts to negotiate with the agents of American white supremacist terror. From politicians to businessmen to philanthropists to foremen to cops to gangsters to hipsters, all of whom at some point present themselves as friends of the Negro. House-proud Easy, watering his plants at his house on his momentarily idyllic street, asks Odell if it's right to have a friend like Mouse, a friend who you know does bad things, a friend who's ready and willing and happy to kill anybody, anything, or for that matter, any concept, any assumption, any image that messes with either him or his friends. Odell, who's a church-going man and who therefore would know about these things, answers, all you got is your friends. There's something we say sometimes in echo of Zora Neale Hurston in her prior rendition of The Porch as a privileged site of Black study, when Janie, as she begins to recount her story, says to Phoebe, my tongue is in my friend's mouth. Of course, such a formulation, which blurs the distinction between the literal and the figural, also blurs the boundaries that, in turn, set up the relations between bodies or persons, thereby causing things in relation, insofar as the thing must be in relation, to tremble a bit in the certainty in which we place them or in their own self-certainty. In this regard, we can ask whether friendship, which is neither subjective nor interpersonal, but ontological, where all you got folds into all you are, operates outside of the metaphysical foundations or terms of order that is said to govern it, thereby confining it to the realm of politics. Friendship, whose pronouns are they, them, is and/or are, in this regard, a practice, not a condition, an ontological totality that is preserved militantly, violently, annihilatively, as Erica Edwards said yesterday, as Mouse repeatedly shows and ethically proves in the film, always to Easy's relief and sometimes to his moral consternation. This tonal and percussive and just generally musical and vibratory practice that appears to oscillate between being and having disrupts, exceeds, and surrounds the morality of ownership and control that Easy bears. Insofar as it is sharing, friendship takes lives in the name of life. Friendship leaves home at a moment's notice, making a preferential option for the very displacement that it resists. It embraces the selflessness that is imposed upon it, ruthlessly innovating whatever forms that imposition takes. Friendship is violently experimental in this regard, and it might even be said to embrace the spontaneism that is often directed at it as a kind of slur of normative, moral, and practical reasoning. Improper, inappropriate, inappropriable, friendship is a kind of practice of privation, lived as wealth in the refusal of privacy. In this regard, if friendship is instantiated in the figure of Mouse, it also exceeds that figure and becomes a force whose modalities of violence are thoughtful as well as active. Your friend is the one who sits on your porch and lets you know that all you are is more than you and more than what you got. Your friend fucks you up for the sake of your preservation. The ethics of mutual aid dictates that you do the same in return. In this regard, friendship is not just all you got and all you are. It is also, in Cedric's terms, all incomplete. Friendship subsists as a general incompleteness. This comes into relief against the backdrop of Mouse, so that in this regard, Mouse is less of a figure and more of a force or field of anthographic dispossession. Mouse is a material and anarchic principle of the obscurity and chaos that, as Cedric says in Forgeries of Memory and Meaning, threatens both normative historical research and the structures of dominance they engender, and which persist under the guise of our critique and our dissent or our best moral intentions. So that it's not so much that Devil in a Blue Dress escapes the innovations of American cinema's racial regimes that emerge at the turn of the 21st century. It's just that even within a studio-funded and controlled Black cinema, obscurity and chaos can be nurtured for a minute and released into further study. So that every time we watch the film, we watch it with Cedric and Elizabeth, who remain our Mouse and our Odell, who model for us the necessary violence of radical thought, which moves past questions of individual morality into the practice of ethical sociality. We want to begin to think about with you at this very moment in this very messed up world is the relationship of the Mouse force, of the general badness. What's that relationship to spontaneism? Is there a natural history of the Mouse force? Do its opaque manifestations operate something like the reemergent spring of the general strike that Rosa Luxemburg talks about, or the incalculable rhythm of the woman's club, which Du Bois discusses in his Quantum Sociology? How do we defend and advance and embrace violent reaction to underlying brutality when it erupts in Palestine, or in the spooky, distant, non-local, and reiterative practices of the general camp as it breaks out in tented hives all over the settler university's rapacious, gluttonous body? Violence must be recognized in friendship as friendship and preserved. Mouse kills with love. Odell lovingly criticizes. They preserve the incompleteness of the ontological totality.
Hey, everyone. Thank you, Omi. Thank you, Chela. When we were out talking about how we would do this paper, this talk, because a lot of this is kind of new material for us, even though we've been working on it for decades. Fred reminded me of something that his mother said at our graduation, our undergraduate graduation. We listened to a speech by one of the orators of the day. And afterwards, she said to us, "So what are you going to do now?" And she definitely didn't mean like, "Are you going to graduate school?" She meant it in the way that Elizabeth Robinson would mean it. What are you going to do now? And we're at a bit of one of those moments where that question seems very salient. So for instance, something that Fred and I have been talking about is, some days I feel like my only choices are between being a manager and being an auditor. This is like, this is the only way I can make my living, practice my practice, whatever it is, being a manager, being an auditor. Now, I'm a manager in my day job because I'm a university teacher. And that's what you do as a university teacher, you manage the students. And the reason I know I'm a manager is that my workers went out on strike. That's how I know I'm a manager. And I would be a fool to think they just went out on strike against the boss. They went out on strike against management too, and that's me, and I got to figure out what that means. But since I kind of knew it for a long time, Fred and I started moonlighting some years ago. And we started to, do more and more stuff in the art world. Okay, so thinking about how we would do this talk, we started to think about, if Cedric were here with us, which of course he is, he'd probably be saying something about the movement of the racial regime into the art world. So this next little section that I'm going to have to read because it's new and I can't remember it, so I apologize for that, considers those questions. I think we can attempt to say something with his help about the extension and refinement of the racial regime from the film world into the art world. To make this analysis with Cedric, we can remember something that he taught us. We can remember that the term racial capitalism means a lot of things, but one thing it means is that Marx must be corrected so that we understand that brutality is an essential factor of production. It does not exist solely in the relations of production, much less in the past. It's essential to the process of production itself. And a corollary to this, which Fred is already hinting at, is that brutality and violence are not the same, and they may be even opposite, again, to quote Erica from yesterday. Brutality is the force that individuates, and violence a force that restores entanglement, sharedness, which is why violence is inherent in real friendship. And it is brutality is at the heart of capitalist production process of extraction from the earth, from bodies, and increasingly from mind and emotion. This is essential to production of commodities and to the twofold character of those commodities. And this brutality is most saliently on display in the brutal individuation of the commodity that could speak. Now, to put this crassly, the people who were behind the startup called capitalism looked around at the racialization of the Irish, for instance, as Cedric again instructs us, or the subjugation of women, and they did not say, this will be useful for capitalism. They said, this is how we're going to do it. This process of brutal separation that European society had already begun in social life, we will carry this process into economic production to make a thing that will become the commodity. Another way to put this, in other words, is they didn't say, well, Iago already hates the Moor, so we could use that. No, that's not what they said. They said it's not enough that we stuck all the Jews in the ghetto in Venice. We got to separate that merchant from the rest of his community so that he can't even pray with them. This is the essence of the brutality at the heart of capitalism. This will be our principle of production and social reproduction in our world. Brutal separation at every stage of production and in every form. So if Cedric teaches us that, and if we feel the urgency right now through Elizabeth's work to ask how we can get out of being managers and, as I say, auditors, let's turn to the art world for a minute. Look at Art News Top 100, or don't, but take my word for it. Look at how many black people are in the top 20 of that list, for instance. And it becomes apparent that the art world has discovered that its brutal history of exclusion can now be leveraged to turn a nice little profit. But it's not just that. Contemporary art institutions were dying on their feet from moribund white art, maybe with a few feminist exceptions. And black artists have repeatedly been brought in to save them. Black artists are an art world strategy. And given that the art world is being financialized, we could say that black artists represent a new asset class. And this new asset class, of course, also requires new asset managers, new curators, new gallerists who are going to play that role, or the retraining of the old ones to be able to sell this new asset. And it requires new credit rating agencies, new auditors, to accredit and validate the views of those asset managers about this asset class and their value. And that's us. We come in, we give a gallery talk, we write a catalog essay, and we say, this artist, this black artist is valuable, and that makes us feel valuable. And for a moment, everybody feels good. In this emerging version of the racial regime, the private art collector, even when it's a bank or a museum, are sort of analogous to the capitalists. But it's still an analogy. They are indeed capitalists, but they're not yet capital. Because although we talk about financialization and speculation in the art world, in fact, the artwork and the artists are not yet fully liquid, interchangeable, or dematerialized. All requirements to really be capital, right? It's still, you can buy a Basquiat, but you gotta unload that thing still, you know? It isn't immediately liquid, convertible, right? In other words, we've not yet moved from formal assumption to real assumption in the art world. Things will have to get a lot more brutal. And as our collaborator Jun Lee recently showed us, this is coming, most likely through a certification process that will probably take the form of social impact investing becoming a professional credential. And with that professional credentialization, the art and artists will become securitized, which will be the moment of real assumption. Which is to say that those artists and that art will be brutally broken up into units that can be easily repackaged and bundled. In this model, it's not the curator or us who will decide the value, nor even the private investor anymore, but experts from the world of hedge funds and pension funds will work for them. One other aspect of this brutality is that whereas the studio of the days of cinema that Cedric writes about, they attempted to consolidate the racial regime through their production process, not fully successfully, as Cedric teaches us and as Fred is hinting. The art world, on the other hand, refines this production process of the racial regime by having individualized black artists themselves extract from their lives, the lives of their families, ancestors, and communities in a brutal process of dematerialization. This does not mean it will be fully successful any more than was the racial regime of American film. That it does mean that everything we do in the art world in the coming years as curators, artists, and critics will be received with the indifference that is inherent to capitalism, and we will therefore serve its ends. No matter what we do, will further racial capitalism. What I mean by that is, when full financialization comes, what we're trying to point to is that it's not going to matter, the opinions that now apparently matter from private collectors or museums aren't going to matter. They might be incorporated into a value assessment, but they're not going to matter because for capital, they don't care if you put a Palestinian flag on the wall or you made a couple of abstract cubes. They don't care, right? Because there's no they. It's an automatic subject. It's indifferent, which means they'll be able to bet on an artist becoming more famous, and they'll be able to bet on an artist being forgotten. And it won't matter to them, you know? There'll be nothing, no content to this that's of any consequence to the world of capital. And that's what we face as auditors. Another way of thinking about this dematerialization is that a kind of brutal conversion of the invaluable contained in the lives of those ancestors and relatives, and indeed artists themselves, into the valuable. Indeed, you've already heard me say it. We go in there and we say the artist's work is valuable. And in that moment, we destroy the invaluable, which friendship points to and tries to preserve. So what are we going to do?
Just one last little bit, you know, that moment on this porch when Easy struggles with this imperative he feels to judge Mouse. And that's a moment in which he will have been held within the same carceral frame within which his own moral interiority can be serially dematerialized and constantly bought and sold. He's both a manager and an artist at that moment. He extends his constantly thwarted desire to manage himself into a thwarted desire to manage Mouse. And at the same time, he both embraces and depends upon the fact that that desire is thwarted. He only is alive because Mouse is unmanageable. And we're at a moment now where even Kant would be shocked to discover that the two things which held him in awe, the starry heavens above and the moral law within, are available not only for sale, but also for derivation. Meanwhile, we're forced again and again with the task of figuring out, so to speak, how the figure or figuration of obscurity and chaos, again in Cedric's words, can be socialized into or towards a radical general indeterminacy. How can Mouse be generalized? This is a question regarding method in forgeries, where the acknowledgement and unleashing of obscurity and chaos are understood to be fundamental to telling truth and exposing lies, exposing forgeries, which, as Chomsky says, are essential to any legitimate intellectual function, even as they may well lead to the refusal or the abolition of the figure of the intellectual. This is where something not only impersonal, not only not interpersonal, but also not ontological might emerge, something anthological, where for now, for the indetermination of order, we must be as more and less than one.
Thank you both, and thank you for sharing this new work. Our next presenter is Sophie Toupin, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Information and Communication at Laval University in Quebec City, Canada. She mobilizes critical approaches such as feminist, anti-colonial, and decolonial to apprehend, analyze, and rethink the digital and technological. Some of the work of hers that I've seen that has been very exciting is about feminist hackers, which almost made me want to be a hacker, but then I would have to learn how computers work. She has long been active in several collectives and organizations supporting the global movement of community radio, activist media and technologies, immigrant workers, and people without status. She holds a PhD in communication studies from McGill University in Montreal, Canada. Thank you, Sophie.
I've read your scholarship, your work, and yeah, it's thank you for the work that you're all doing. So my presentation is called Anti-Colonial Media and Communication and Technology, and it's the mosquito on the elephant behind, as Elizabeth has said in a great article that she wrote for. In 2005. So I'm visiting from the land of the Kenyekehanga and the Haudenosaunee, Montreal. So this morning, I want to briefly discuss how I came to understand the importance of people-powered media, communication, and technology, specifically within historical liberation movements to counter imperialism and settler colonialism. But my comments also apply to contemporary movements. And so in this presentation, I focus on the practice and the making of anti-colonial media and communication. So as the pictures on this slide show, the encampments, so there are 2 in Montreal, have made their own people-powered media, which include CKUT 90.3 FM campus and community radio station that broadcasts live from the McGill and Concordia encampment. There's newsletters, there's zines, there's a signal group of professors who are coordinating to support the students in providing food, coffee, making rounds of laundry, driving trucks with loads of wood pellets as April and May are rainy months in Montreal, writing affidavits when university administrations decide to launch injunction against encampment, and people-powered low-tech anti-surveillance mechanism like putting a plastic bag around a university camera, providing masks or keffiyehs or umbrellas to counter doxing. So now let me go back a little bit in time when I first met Elizabeth in the mid-2000s when she was working at KCSB, and she was on the International Board of Directors of the World Association of Community Radio Broadcasters, AMARC, an organization that was started in 1983 in Montreal that was promoting the movement of community radio worldwide. Here. So at the time, I was a young administrative assistant working for AMARC. And Elizabeth took me under her wing, trained me not only in how to do community radio, but also in social and political thoughts, on how to build movements. And she introduced me to extraordinary intellectuals from South Africa, Kenya, Mexico, India, Ghana, and so many other places. And as a young person, Elizabeth had a profound impact on my general political consciousness, on how to orient my moral and social justice compass, my understanding of the importance of fighting for community media, communication, and technology, and how clandestine radio was used during liberation struggles in Latin America, in Africa especially. Elizabeth had an impact on me, as I have described, but also on thousands and thousands of students, workers, activists, and radio practitioners over the years and from all over the world. Yes, yes. So when we traveled together to AMARC conferences and gathering, she shared many stories about her own radio show, No Alibi, about the Third World News Review. In addition to the movement she had been involved in, so that I could learn from past struggles. And the South African liberation struggle, so the anti-apartheid struggle, had quite an impact on me. And so in addition to being a community radio practitioner and supporting, together with Elizabeth and so many other people, the movement of community radio worldwide, I ventured in the world of tech activism. And so I had been influenced by the indie media movement, where techies and media activists worked hand in hand. The tech activists created the autonomous infrastructure needed for the content created by the media activists to circulate. At hacker conferences, I began learning about the history of hacking and tech activism, mostly in the Western world, in the US and Canada, in the Netherlands, and Germany and elsewhere. And I started wondering if and the extent to which liberation movements had developed their own communication infrastructure and technologies as part of their liberation struggles, and if back then there was such a thing as tech activism. And this is how I started researching and recovering a micro history of the development and the use of a fugitive tri-continental communication infrastructure that supported the South African national liberation struggle. So part of my work has focused on an entity called the Technical Committee, which was initially formed by members of the banned South African Communist Party in the early 1950s. The Technical Committee set up an underground radio in South Africa in the early 60s. And when forced into exile, they developed all sorts of communication technologies in the 70s to defy censorship, surveillance, and the jamming of the airwaves, including leaflet bombs, which were harmless leaflet launchers that just propelled in the air leaflets. And portable audio broadcasting tools that were left in crowded areas during rush hour, where you could hear for a few minutes the voice of Olivier Tambo, the president of the ANC. One of the most sophisticated technologies that they developed was an encrypted communication system that was coded by and operated by a number of South Africans, Dutch and Canadian anti-apartheid activists who were active in the 1980s and early 90s. The encrypted communication system allowed freedom fighters on the ground in South Africa to communicate secretly and transnationally with the senior leadership of the African National Congress based in Lusaka, Zambia, via London, Great Britain. And while the initial communication nexus was between Durban, London, and Lusaka, the encrypted communication system would later be operated from major cities in South Africa, Cape Town, Durban, Pretoria, and Johannesburg, as well as from Amsterdam, York in Great Britain, Tall Cree, an indigenous reserve in the northern part of Alberta, Canada, and Harare in Zimbabwe. It was also tested in Paris, but never operationalized. So this tri-continental encrypted communication system was operational between 1988 and 1992. And it was remarkable because it existed at a time when the internet, as we know it today, did not yet exist. The members of the technical committee believed that devices and machines could be used tactically for the benefit of resistance and in opposition to the type of science and technology conducted by the Republic of South Africa, which pursued a philosophy of scientific racism and eugenics, and which was supported politically and financially by Western nations, including the United States, Canada, the UK, and so many others. The coding and the development of this fugitive infrastructure was done by exiled South Africans, many of which were in Great Britain. They experimented with this emerging technology, which were the laptop computers that were becoming affordable. Computer encryption that was started to be developed. European countries had also invested massively in what was then called telematics, so telephone and informatique, so computers in French. And so, but the system they developed in Britain with all of these technologies needed to be tested and adapted on to the realities on the ground in Zambia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. And so for that, they needed the solidarity of activists ready to dedicate part of their lives to the anti-apartheid struggle. For instance, to host the computer equipment and clandestine freedom fighters in South Africa, Canadians were recruited to set up safe houses in Joburg, Pretoria, Durban, and Cape Town, and to infiltrate the encrypted communication disk to cipher and decipher messages. They recruited the woman that we see over here, a KLM flight attendant named Antoinette, who was regularly doing the Amsterdam, Nairobi, Joburg route. And before South African freedom fighters were sent to South Africa to operate this fugitive tricontinental communication system. They were trained by Dutch activists to develop new personas. Actors, wig and makeup artists helped with disguises. Dentists made false teeth to change the facial appearance of operatives. And photographers prepared the false passport photos to get them into South Africa. And to operate this system, Dutch women were recruited to set in an office in Lusaka, Zambia, to receive and send a constant flow of communication messages. And exiled South African freedom fighters, particularly women, were sent to South Africa to become communication officers. So a whole infrastructure of international solidarity was required for this fugitive tricontinental communication infrastructure to exist, to be maintained, and to be cared for. Using the term fugitive communication infrastructure harks back to the Black radical tradition. And so one of the developers of this system I interviewed in Cape Town said, victory over Leviathan requires another approach. Create, don't fight. Create something new without announcing it, and quietly get on with developing an alternative that is out of sight and that they cannot imagine. So what circulated on this fugitive communication infrastructure? So the encrypted system allowed for highly strategic communication between freedom fighters on the ground and the leadership in exile to help organize the struggle, the sharing of logistical messages, the sharing of news between family members who were separated because of the struggle. There is one message here that gives news about the kids of one freedom fighter in South Africa. And more mundane communication, asking for holidays, and the sharing of cultural production for freedom fighters in South Africa. They ask specifically for watching the 1985 documentary film by Lionel Nkagane titled Nelson Mandela, The Struggle is My Life. And Nkagane, who we see here, was living in exile in Britain and was one of the originators of the Pan-African Federation of Filmmakers, FEPACI, a group that wrote in 1975, the Alger Charter of African Cinema. And they also asked for the film A World Apart, about the life of Ruth First and Joe Slovo. The encrypted communication system was also able to circulate ANC and SAP's newsletters that were banned. No need to bring big suitcases full of newsletters by foot or air courier anymore. They could use the system to send the newsletters in zeros and ones, in bits and bytes. Because of censorship, many South Africans were hungry for critical perspective, and these newsletters were one way to provide such media. And now the need to go back into the archive. So what is needed is to excavate in the archive more of these stories of both overt but also covert or fugitive communication infrastructures that were developed during past liberation struggles. And covert infrastructures in particular comes to light and available for analysis only after the fact. For the act of revealing it during a struggle for emancipation could endanger those who are involved in making and operating them. And the telling of history through archive can be used as a liberation tool in the classroom, but also outside of it, to inspire movement and struggle. And so this type of research and involvement in people-powered media, communication, and technology continues the work that Elizabeth and Cedric have been doing all of their lives. And while corporate communication infrastructure, such as Instagram and TikTok, can be very useful and can be used tactically, we need to remember that they're not working for us. They are corporations. We need to build, sustain, and care for alternative media and communication infrastructure collectively to be able to reimagine the world that we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Last on this panel is Arun Kundnani, who is a writer based in Philadelphia. He is the author of What is Anti-Racism and Why It Means Anti-Capitalism. The Muslims Are Coming, Islamophobia, Extremism, and the Domestic War on Terror, and The End of Tolerance, Racism in the 21st century Britain. A former editor of the Journal of Race and Class, The Guardian has described him as, quote, one of Britain's best political writers, end quote. He did warn us that we should not really take stock in what The Guardian says about him, except for this. He is currently working on a biography of Jamil al-Amin, formerly known as H. Rap Brown.
Well, thank you to everyone involved in organising this wonderful conference. I first met Cedric and Elizabeth in a reception in London in 2004 to celebrate 25 years or 30 years of a journal, Race and Class, which, of course, Cedric was very closely involved with. He was on the editorial working board of the journal since 1980. We published in October 2005 a special issue of the journal on Cedric's work. In fact, I think that article that you just showed was from that special issue in the journal. By the way, I was told that in the 1970s, articles from Race and Class were smuggled into South Africa by folding up the pages into matchboxes. So I'm delighted to be here representing the journal. What I want to do is talk a bit about this concept of racial regimes that we get in forgeries, and think about how we might use this today. Okay. So then let me start off by saying a bit about how I think about how we should come at Cedric's body of work. So, to me, his work is ultimately of value if it's something we can use as a weapon in the struggle for our liberation, right? That's in the end what it's about. And discussing his writing, trying to interpret it as we've been doing over these couple of days, in the end, it's about sharpening that weapon, right? And I'm not personally coming at this like thinking, what did Cedric really mean? Right. What I'm really thinking of is there ways that we can use what Cedric might have meant, right? All great thinkers have a bit of incoherence to them, right? And Cedric was a great thinker, right? And so the fact that people get such widely divergent things from Cedric, I think, is because of how intricate a body of work he produced, right? And I think it's something to kind of carry with us, I think, in this conversation as a way into it. So I'm going to be thinking specifically of how Cedric writes about the history of racisms. And I think there's two kind of themes that I want to put out here. So one is what I call the problem of origins, right? Like the question of identifying a kind of original moment of when racism comes into the world, right? What's the chemistry of that initial synthesis of this thing called racism, right? And then there's the other theme, the problem of reproduction, right? It's how is it possible that racism constantly reworks itself in new circumstances, how it overcomes the resistance that confronts it, how it stays the same while changing, right? So, and the concept of racial regime is an answer to this latter question, right? The question of reproduction, right? So it's a term that's meant to help us think through this kind of thorny question of how claims to truth relate to relations of power in the domain of race, right? And he wants us to get away from the notion that systems of power are able to encompass the entirety of the social field, right? So he says racial regimes are constructed social systems in which race is proposed as a justification for the relations of power, while necessarily articulated with accruals of power. The covering conceit of a racial regime is a makeshift patchwork masquerading as memory and the immutable, right? Makeshift patchwork, right? So these are, as he says, unstable truth systems, right? They, on occasion, collapse under the weight of their own artifices, practices, and apparatuses, or fragment, desiccated by new realities, which discard some fragments wholly while appropriating others into newer regimes, right? So he's thinking here especially about the ways in which the end of the slave system in the United States is followed by the consolidation of a new racial regime which preserves racial domination in new forms, right? So there's this instability, right? This instability about these regimes. And that's because they're based on myths, right? They're telling us stories about the natural origins of racial identities, but these myths fly in the face of discoverable histories. And because these are illusions, they clash with reality, right? And they get caught off guard, right? So in forgeries, Cedric is using this concept of racial regimes to explain how cinema in the United States appears at precisely this moment when a new racial regime is being stitched together in the late 19th century, early 20th century, right? And we see an attempt to compose a kind of new whiteness as the basis for reintegrating US society, right? And the way he talks about this is actually in quite straightforwardly grounding it in economic relations, right? So he says, the early movie industry was an instrument of American capital, right? The needs of finance capital, the dominant center of American commerce in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, determined the construction of successive racial regimes publicized by motion pictures, okay? So, people say Cedric wasn't a historical materialist, but that sounds very much like a thing that a historical materialist might say, right? And he's also, from that quote, immediately what you can tell is he's breaking all the conventional rules of how you're supposed to do media studies in the United States Academy, right? You don't do that determinism, right? And that's a good thing that he's doing that rule breaking, right? Now, so what about the problem of origins, right? And as you will know this, right, from Black Marxism, that we need to understand that racism, to understand where racism comes from, you need to go back before plantation slavery, you need to go back to Europe, perhaps as far back as the 12th century, and look at the construction of images of Slavs, Irish, Jews, Muslims, and so on, right? Racism, he says, runs deep in the bowels of Western culture, right? And inevitably reverberated through the relations of production and forms of consciousness that emerge from that culture, right? So here is a different kind of story in a way, right? The suggestion here is that capitalism expresses economically the racism at the core of European culture, right? Capitalism's not melting away those pre-existing structures of racism, but instead mediates them, right? You all know this argument, right? So in this aspect of Cedric's work, racism appears almost as if it's hardwired, right? If you want to use that image, right? Hardwired into Western culture from its inception, right? What he calls the nastiness of racial capitalism, this violence, terror, brutality, right, must involve, he says, more than modes of production, right? And recognizing this means accepting that racism in the end can't be explained simply in terms of property and labor relations. Right? There's something like a tension here, right, in Cedric's picture of this, right, with these two emphases, right? On the one hand, racism is constantly being regenerated through changing economic relations. On the other hand, racism is ultimately residing in the transmission of Western cultural norms, right? So on the one hand, capitalism shapes racism. On the other hand, racism shapes capitalism, okay? So now that line, racism runs deep in the bowels of Western culture, right? Firstly, what a great metaphor, right? There's something shitty in Western culture, is what he's saying, if we want to spell it out, right? When we're confronted in the mainstream with a kind of, it's very debilitating liberal narrative, right? That racism is a legacy of the past. We're always told racism is a legacy of the past, and we're always on the verge of just overcoming it, right? It's tempting to respond by saying that, in fact, the story of racial progress is a myth, that nothing has really changed, that racism was in the DNA of Western culture from its formation and continues to shape our world in the same way that it did in these founding moments, going back however far you want to go back. And that if we just understand that founding moment, we know all we need to know about how the system works today, because in its fundamentals, it's the same setup, right? And I think that's the thought, that line of thinking, is what a lot of readers look for and think they've found in Black Marxism, right? But that's not what Black Marxism actually says about the history of racism. In any case, if you want to analyze white supremacy in that way, you're certainly ignoring this idea of racial regimes that you get in forgeries, right? With its emphasis on how does it move through different historical stages, right? The problem of reproduction. Because we can have the discussion about what does this founding moment look like, right? You can go to Bacon's rebellion in the 17th century Virginia, you can go to 1619, you can go to 1492, you can go to the Crusades, you can go Battle of Tours in 732 when the concept of Europe first appears, you can go to Aristotle's defense of slavery, all these different candidates for a founding moment, but none of whatever conclusion you reach, it doesn't settle the question of how racism reproduces itself now for us today, right, in our conjuncture, right? And this is, as Stuart Hall said, unless one attributes to race a single, unitary, trans-historical character such that wherever and whenever it appears, it always assumes the same autonomous features, then one must deal with the historical specificity of race in the modern world, right? And here one is then obliged to agree that race relations are directly linked with economic processes, right? And I think a lot of the work that currently uses the notion of racial capitalism succumbs to exactly the danger that Stuart Hall is highlighting here, right? To remain on that level of abstraction is to ignore the instability of racial regimes that Cedric's pointing to, right? Racism has only survived by constantly adapting and reconfiguring itself in the face of resistance, right? Our struggles for liberation from racial capitalism can't deal in abstractions, right? Or refight the battles of the past. We must address ourselves to the specific character of the context that confronts us today, right? So thinking something like that through requires us to have a deep sense of history, but also to have a deep sense of the present, right? It's something that I've tried to do in my work. It's something that I'm trying to do in the biography of H. Rap Brown that I'm working on. Something like for me, if you want to do that thinking, we've got to start by saying that, at some point in the 1970s, we see the emergence of a new racial regime, right? Just the same as Cedric's trying to write about this new racial regime that's emerging at the end of the 19th century, right? We can tell a similar story about something from the 1970s, right? A new racial regime erected out of the broken fragments of an earlier system, and this new racial regime is being constituted in relation to a new kind of economic arrangement, what we usually call neoliberalism. From the 1970s, we see this new global regime of capital accumulation, privatization, commodification, financialization, et cetera, the most accelerated and extensive process of primitive accumulation in world history that we've seen since then, a mass rendering of surplus populations across the global south and in the north, right? And ideologically, neoliberalism is haunted by the existence of these surplus populations. They signify a limit to its reach, a failure to universalize the market order, a space from within which resistance is generated. And the tension between the desire for a universal market order and the anxiety that there are limits to market rule is resolved through race, because it enables neoliberalism to naturalize and dehistoricize the limits to its own rule, right? So in particular, the racisms of the border, of the law and order complex, of counterterrorism, of, I think, the arenas in which these fears and tensions and anxieties generated by neoliberalism are projected and worked through, right? The surplus dispossessed come to be represented through the cultural production of a series of figures welfare queens, Muslim extremists, illegal immigrants, narcos, super predators, and so on. It's all part of the process of securing neoliberalism in the realm of ideology. And these figures serve as displaced signifiers of neoliberalism's failure to universalize its legitimacy. They're not just conjured out of nothing in the corridors of power, but involve displacement along a signifying chain from actual political insurgencies or social antagonisms to racist fantasies. So what I mean is behind the phantasm of the welfare queen lies the fear of actual black women's movements. Behind the phantasm of the Muslim extremist lies the actual Palestinian national movement. Behind the phantasm of the illegal immigrant lies the actual politicization of working classes induced by migrant workers, right? So, and the dramatic increase under neoliberalism in the capacity of states to carry out policing, carceral, border, and military violence is linked to this need to manage surplus population, and it's racially coded, right? The bordering regimes that have their huge death tolls in the seas and deserts to the south of Europe and the United States, the projects of broken windows policing, mass incarceration, the global infrastructures of counterinsurgency, wars on terror, wars on drugs, causing the death of millions, including in the current genocide in Gaza, right? All of this is part of this process I'm describing, right? So the global policing of migrants, of Muslims, of blacks, of Palestinians, thus meshes with and comes to stand in ideologically for the broader problem of policing neoliberalism's surplus populations within and without the West, which also means that resisting the Zionist colonization of Palestine, in doing so, we connect ourselves to a global struggle against racial capitalism. Thank you.
Thank you all, panelists, for starting us off this Saturday with so much to think about. As I was getting ready to come here today, the words that kept going through my head in terms of moderating are "ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis/Omi, if you know, you know." So I want to make sure that to leave ample time for y'all's questions. What I was thinking about, which kept going through my head as the panelists were talking, and I think it crystallized as a moment during your paper, Sophie, was friendship creates archives. And that in so many ways that's been the theme of this conference, but also the theme and the motivation of the work that many of us do. And so then so then the question that brings up for me, which may not be a question that you want to address now, maybe you want to talk about something completely different, is what creates the friendships that create archives? And I have been thinking about friendship as a political model, right? And one of the things that I believe Maria Lugones says about the importance of friendship as a political model is that it's conditional, right? Like if people aren't acting right, you don't have to be their friend anymore. You don't have to continue to trust them, so that it enables it necessitates a kind of ongoing work, and an ongoing work around people being able to not just respect each other's differences, right, but mobilize around them. And so this is just in some way like a kind of naive question, like what creates these friendships, right? That create literal archives, right? And also thinking about create, don't fight, right? So how do we create these? How do you write together for 40 years? How does somebody like Antoinette, who's I'm a flight attendant, right? How do you create that kind of friendship that creates something that lasts? I don't know. I guess that's not a question so much as a provocation and an appreciation and a deep appreciation for the friendships that have created these archives that you've shared with UCSB, Elizabeth, but that you all are sharing with us here. What? Nobody has a simple answer to my question? I'm just going to write it down and then go forth and follow it. Hmm? Correct. 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 Thank you for that. We fight, and that's what makes friendship possible. I think people heard, but I feel like disagreement and fighting as part of movement building is like key to Black feminist principles, right? Like sometimes people are like, well, I have a friend who's a Black feminist and she doesn't think that. I'm like, great. Right? Like we don't all think alike. That's how we're and if we don't disagree, then we don't. There's no movement.
Just as a reminder, as people ask questions, I'm going to bring mics to them if that's okay.
For the stream and the culture.
I would say, and maybe this is just because I come from a interfaith family. I was raised like PK, like generations of pastors' kids in the African Methodist Episcopalian Church and in the Roman Catholic Church. You give people the benefit of the doubt. And so there's this thing that happens where people screw up and you assume that it's not coming from a bad place. And you give them a 2 or 3 times, and then you're like, oh, hell no, after that. So I think that sort of generosity is a bit absent now, where this cancel culture is disturbing. So I think we try to give each other the benefit of the doubt, and we also, I don't know, I like to eat, so I have friends that know how to cook. And I make noises when I eat, and they appreciate that. So it's a fun thing. It's just we have fun together as well.
I think a lot of people have already kind of touched on it, but I think you approach friendship like you approach coalition. So you're expecting disagreements, you're expecting fights, you're expecting food, hopefully a lot of food, but you're mostly expecting discomfort. And if you're not uncomfortable, then that's probably not your friend, right? That's just someone who's riding along but isn't contributing, not only to your personal growth and your political growth and the movement's growth, but they're just kind of there. And so I'd rather argue and still show up for you.
Thank you all for your amazing words. I'm honored to be here. I want to just pontificate, just continue your point, Omi, and everyone. Can we think of the digital archive as a creation, as a site for people-powered media and liberation, without necessarily reproducing capital reproduction, without using TikTok, without Insta? But how do we do that with a history of a type of hacking that is trying to shut down the tech rather than embrace it and use it? Rather than trying to disown it and saying, that is the tech of the colonizer. It's not mine. I'm low tech. So the indigenous and the Black and the Palestinian Arab is the low tech. How can we be the high tech? And I would say, yeah, it's totally it's in friendship. It's in indigenous concepts of reciprocity. And then therefore, what does that digital archive look like when perhaps not everybody has the digital tools? So maybe it looks like teaching each other. Maybe it looks like saying, all right, this is how we use these tools, and maybe it's messy. Maybe it's experimental. Maybe we need to make friendships in order to build the digital so that we can all share and we kind of like empower each other through it. I think that oftentimes we are, we're sort of shut down out of the high tech. And I love the work that you've been doing, Sophie, and I'd love to think about this moment, because this moment, not only is it we're seeing a sort of a reproduction of a different moment, a historical moment coming back, but also the technology is different today. So what we are talking about is a history of technology, but we're talking about AI and other kinds of technology that are surfacing. How can we, in a critical reciprocity, using Afrofuturism, using Palestinian politics, using our own ontological tone of friendship and understanding of being in bodies together, can we imagine that? And who's imagining that? And can we do that together? Oh, my name? My name is Leila Shireen Saad. I'm in the Film and Media Department. Honor to be here. Oh, and I'm Academics for Justice in Palestine.
We didn't get to do this yesterday, but I might suggest if people could introduce yourself before your question, that would be great.
My name is Tisha Lane, and I guess my question kind of piggybacks off of her question, and it's more direct in what are the nuances of some of the things that you mentioned, Sophie, in how we can utilize technology to our advantage in spaces that are heavily repressed by police presence. Yeah, and then especially mentioning things like AI, where we're having conversations about how media is being altered and how misinformation is happening in that way as well, and not just people giving opinions that are usually baseless or rooted in rhetoric. And so, yeah, I just want to kind of ask more directly, what are some nuances or what are some examples of technology today and how we can use it in the ways that our predecessors did?
You want to try, Sophie?
Yeah.
Sure.
So it's not an easy question to answer. Some tech activists have been trying to think about and slowly developed what they call critical AI, so critical artificial intelligence. So we have both scholars and tech activists at Concordia University through Jason Lewis, who are thinking about indigenous AI and what indigenous AI means, how it can be formed. And so at the moment, this is more at the theoretical level, but they are trying to have it in practice. For instance, with bots that will preserve indigenous languages that have disappeared. So that's one example. In terms of how to use technology, it's a difficult question, very difficult, but something that we also need to try to understand, and what is the type of technology that is being used against movements. For instance, in the encampments, are there stingrays or MC catchers, which are basically devices that are able to intercept your communications? And if these are present in the encampments, can we disrupt can we disrupt them? And if so, how? And we need to share these skills on how to do that. And sometimes it doesn't need to be high tech, it can be very low tech. Like one of the pictures I showed with the plastic bags around a camera. Sometimes it doesn't require high tech.
Just to make another kind of provocation for all of you. Arun gave us ways of thinking about racial regimes, the racial regimes that Cedric was talking about, and trying to help us look at what they look like now, from wars on terror and drug wars and all the other examples that you gave us, reading it through his book. And then Fred gave us a way of thinking about the mouse as a kind of interventionary character who's anarchic. You can't quite know where it's going to be and what it's going to produce in relation to these racial regimes or in relation to technology, whether it's low or high or however. We used technology in interesting ways recently in our organizing against the war on Palestine. And then Stefano gives us a, and this is just my imagination of what these people are giving us. He gives us a kind of outline of he calls it a brutal history of exchange within which we all have roles. And he talks about the different roles that we have, managers, assessors, or I forget all the categories. But it made me start thinking about how do we recognize our positioning, our roles, and how do we de-actualize in relation to them? And that is the question of friendship. We're all in this process of trying to understand not only the social world and the way in which we're living within a social physics of war, but the ways in which we have interjected all of these colonial ways of feeling and being and doing, and how do we de-actualize from them in relation to these roles that we take on within the capitalist order. But also, you've given us liberatory imaginations for how to intervene in the character of the mouse. So I'm really interested in, I only say this in going over everyone's talk to try to trick your imaginations into remembering who said what, when, where, and how, and what mattered to you about it. And it's really interesting to, if you go back and summarize what each person was giving, some word or idea or concept that moved you. That's what I just did. Well, that's what I just gave you. Some word, idea, or concept that captured me for a minute and gave me an imaginative way of engaging with what matters to me and with us. So I'm looking at different comrades in different conditions of thinking and being, and where the alliances are and how we can talk about them in the friendship. The differences that emerge between us are also the differences where we are beginning to learn to witness and to meta-witness ourselves and each other in this process of de-actualization. Bell Hooks called it de-actualization. Foucault called it undoing what we have become. Somebody else called it, Mignolo and that gang, call it de-linking. How do we de-link from all of this? And then what can we become? Anyway, one way, whether you do it during this question-answer period or afterwards is to jot down one idea or word or concept that moved you by any of these people and give it to them on a little scrap of paper. And that is a gift. You just give the gift back to the speaker who has put themselves on the line here by talking about our work. But a small gift back, it's simply a repeat, a giving back of what was given. And to know that I was heard, that he was heard, or she was heard, or they were heard. That's a gift. So the gift of giving has to go back and forth, and how we structure that and make it happen is an issue. We have an alternative form of moving and doing academic work and collaborating here. And I think we need to work on it. Work on how to do this. In my classes, we do it, we call it SWAPA, storytelling, witnessing, as a form of world art. It's a world art, this storytelling, witnessing. And when you formalize it, it becomes a method. The formal storytelling and witnessing, and how to witness, and how to give each other amnesty. Because how else are we going to be able to meta-witness ourselves and each other across and through our differences, which can often be polarities. But we can do that if we give each other amnesty in a protected situation where, well, that's a whole other story. Never mind. But anyway, give us back some word, idea, or concept that matters in a little piece of paper, or now in a word or idea or concept here.
I just want to add to that provocation by doing what you said, Chela. And Chela and I just met, even though we've been working together for 4 years, and now we're going to be friends, right? Fred, this is also friendship whose pronouns are they, them, and what that means, and that friendship could perhaps fundamentally be queer. And because Chela and I were also like, hey, they put two big old queers here together, first thing 9 in the morning to moderate, right? Like how that's aspirational, and not necessarily how the world works in terms of friendship, even in something like Devil in a Blue Dress, where like gender differences are mobilized to create friendships, some kinds of friendships. How can we imagine against the colonial construct that is femininity, masculinity, gender, right, to create queer friendships, and the archives that produces, right, which I think was visualized in all of these. And we have 3 more questions, and I think we started late, so we probably have another 15, 20 minutes to answer those questions.
Thank you. My name is Alana Lenton. I'd like to thank everybody for this panel, and thank you, Arun, for sort of laying out the various meanings, I suppose, or the various routes through which we could trace what Cedric Robinson was trying to gift us with this idea of the racial regime. And it really resonates with a lot of what I'm thinking and what I'm writing. And maybe that resonance is to do with the fact that I guess we've been reading in each other's work for over 20 years. And I think I actually invited you to give your first ever academic talk, and it was these really horrible white migration studies scholars. And and now it's funny that we're sort of in academic spaces together so many years later. So one of the things that you didn't mention that is also there in the preface to Forgeries is this concept of race making, and what I like to think of as the kind of the recursivity of race, or the recalibration of the racial regime as a chaotic process. And it's chaotic for various reasons, also because of the kind of the impossibility that you trace to being able to pin down the history, and actually the fact that that's not as important as many people try to make out, and that's really important to say. But it's also chaotic, I think, and this is what came through, I think, in everybody's talks, because of the constant resistances against the making and remaking of the racial regime, right? So it is necessarily chaotic, but also our responses are kind of de facto chaotic because of the chaos, yeah. And so when, Stefano, you were talking about the art world, and like I open a parenthesis to say that I think you only need to look at the indigenous art market in Australia to see where that's already come, like it's already come there. we could go into that. It's a whole other topic, but it's really interesting, I think, in relation to what you were saying. But I was wondering, are there any limits on what could be folded in once we get this kind of full financialization? And I'm thinking about this because of what Cedric Robinson likes to, again, pointed us to in the preface to Forgeries, where he's saying, you know, this idea that there's a totalizing system is missing the chaos. It's missing the fact that it just doesn't happen that way. So then what will slip through the cracks? Will anything slip through the cracks? And I'm trying to think through this I'll finish here. I'm trying to think through this in my own work about what the current racial regime looks like, if we can call it that. And my editor said, don't call it current, because, you know, it won't be current in 5 years' time, etc. But what does it look like? And as I'm trying to trace that through, my particular interest is looking at the attack on black thought, which some people call the war on critical race theory, but of course it's much more than that. And it keeps slipping through my fingers because it's morphing in so many directions, not least in the war on Palestine with the Zionist counterinsurgency. But then I think about that concept of counterinsurgency and thinking that when we place it beside the concept or the idea of racial regimes, it's insufficient, right? Because there's always this chaos, which is resisting the counterinsurgent tendency to fold everything in. So what do you think, or what does anybody think, may resist and be able to slip through the cracks?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Kayla Yushoa. I wanted to go back to the discussion. Someone posed, I think a few people posed the question around using technology as a tool of resistance. But what does this mean if this is blood in my hand, right? If nobody mentioned Congo, so I wanted to mention it. You know, what does it mean that to produce this is an ongoing genocide, and then in Gaza on the ground, this is a tool to document an ongoing genocide of another people, and how are the people of Congo and Palestine and us here in this room projecting on that screen through blood connected? And what does it mean to really pose the question of how can technology be a tool of resistance when it's dependent and predicated upon the blood, the literal blood of our kin somewhere else? It's a hard question for me to navigate. You know, many people called in as well when we're thinking about this geography that we're located in right now, how this is tools of surveillance of our communities, counterinsurgency, but it's so much deeper than that. I mean, this is blood I'm holding in my hand, and what are the implications of that?
First of all, I think I want to comment on friendship, those friendships, and say they're based on forgiveness in part. So I'm eating my humble pie right now for being late. My house full of people believed me when I said it didn't start till 11 formally. So, and I also have to say, I've always said about Fred is he's always so far over my head, I probably wouldn't understand anyway, but I'm gonna go back and listen. Thank you. Just one other point that I'm gonna make now, because I get some time later. I avoid a lot of social media, but it just right now makes me furious every time I open something and see an X, and it's not attached to Malcolm or somebody else. And I think we have to start doing something to reject that, besides being old and saying, I don't do that, which is what I do. But finally, just my comment here for all of you is, I often say, I'm kind of over Black Marxism. I wish people would read Forgeries for its salience right this minute, and the slipperiness of categories of race. So thank you all for that. And thank you all anyway.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentations. My name is Miriam Hamburger. I'm in the Religious Studies Department at UCSB, and I study repatriation. And I had a question for Fred and Stefano. going off of the provocation from one of the moderators from a moment that stuck with me from your presentations, where two lines that I wrote down, that brutality is essential to the process of production, and then directly after that, the principle of social reproduction is separation. So I'm thinking about production and creativity and avoiding reproduction, which is a performance into the future. I wondered if you could elaborate on your use of violence, brutality, and maybe what that has to do with listening to the noise of what we don't yet understand.
You want to? Yes. Can you say something? There've been so many things to think about, in starting with Omi's and Chela's and everybody else's questions. So we can't address it all, but I think it's important for us to. I mean, for us, we're trying to think these things together: friendship and this brutality that you're pointing to, and we're making a separation, which we've made before, between violence and brutality. And we're saying that violence is part of friendship, which has been addressed in other questions here very well. So I would just say one thing, that maybe because they occur as separate moments, and they appear to have come from separate people, although it could well be that I wrote that and he wrote this. It shouldn't be lost that another one of Cedric's persistent points is precisely reiterated in Forgeries, which is, something always escapes, as Foucault would maybe put it. As the art world, for instance, moves deeper into securitization, we will, since we will be drawn into it with our second jobs. We will be in a situation that's not unlike the situation that many people found themselves in 2006 and 2007. Completely financialized, completely securitized. And yet, what if we thought about that moment as a general refusal, maybe even as a general strike, when people stopped paying their mortgages and almost brought the entire system down? Right? I mean, and they did that, in very interesting ways to keep their families and their lives together, because there is a system to detect when a whole bunch of people are going to start defaulting on their mortgages. And that system is, first you have an alert over defaults on credit cards, then you have an alert over defaults on cars, and finally you have an alert over defaults on housing. But by that point you're prepared. Well, in this financial crisis, the people who had not really been given homes but were in them, who are the people who have always known they will never be given a home, they took their credit cards, they jumped in their car, and they drove away from the houses. So there was no detection of any of this. And in so doing, they preserved a certain kind of violence in their family and friendship structures. So no matter how far we get into this thing, there's still going to be chaos. That'd be the way to put it.
Yeah, I wanted I'm hoping I get a bunch of scraps of paper, because I really like, and it kind of resonated with something that I had been thinking about in terms of media and technology. I think one of the things I like in certain kinds of cinema are those certain sort of innovative moments that some filmmakers use, where they use different film stocks, where literally the texture of the film comes into relief as a texture, because it's different sorts of grains, so to speak, emerge in what a scholar, I can't think of her name right now, wrote a kind of great book called The Skin of the Film. You can actually feel the film, feel the haptic out. Laura Marks is her. She teaches at University of, I think she's at Simon Fraser or something. And it made me think, so that the film becomes like a quilt in a certain kind of way. And I think a lot of those textural moments are a function of a kind of commitment not to throw stuff away. So that's a moment where, you know, sort of advanced or sort of, you know, experimental cinematic, you know, production takes on a sort of, it reinitializes or renews its connection to earlier forms of montage and sort of patchwork and quilting. And I was thinking of, there's a student in my department at NYU named Joanna Evans, who's writing a really great dissertation, sort of, I mean, they're interested in this sort of kind of cool, spooky actions at a distance that are occurring between the United States and South Africa, you know, from the 70s up till today, different form in which different modalities of improvisation are being mobilized through various forms of art that have, you know, interesting sort of social or political implications. And one of the people she's working on is great quilter named Rosie Lee Tompkins, who's from a small town in Arkansas and who eventually lived in Richmond, California. She got this great quilt called 666. And this is the irony, and all of this is against the backdrop of Alice Walker's story, Everyday Use, for me. So now Rosie Lee Wilkins' quilt is kind of locked up in a vault at the Whitney. But we were able to figure out a way for Joe to go and see this quilt. And Joe took these amazing pictures of the quilt. And what she did, but they were not full sort of frontal pictures. She sort of got down on the same angle as the quilt. So you could see the texture of the quilt. And you could see the way that the quilt had all these different elements, different fabrics, in the same way that you can see how film in that way has these different kinds of fabrics. And again, it's a function of assuming the indispensability of the materials that you work with. These are the kinds of things that you can do only because you've decided that nothing should be thrown away. Not that you haven't decided that something has a value and something has a lesser value. You've decided that each of these things are invaluable, right? And that they are all together, even in their separateness. And the point becomes then this constant practice of reassemblage, you know, of a kind of regathering. So there's this totally beautiful interplay of gathering and dispersal. It's kind of like reading, I feel like, we were talking about this yesterday. I was like, and it's kind of what you were saying, man. Like, yeah, it's not about what did Cedric mean, because what's really at stake is like, the books are like an invitation to gather, right? They're like, he wrote them so that we could get together and talk about them. Right. And in this respect, I think they were always constantly re-articulating something that he begins with, you know, in terms of order, and keeps coming back to, which is that the story that they have been telling us about how matter is organized is a lie, right? That he's like mouse with mouse-like precision and viciousness. He is destroying the metaphysical foundations of political order. And you know, and again, and what I think he's also asking us to do is to actually reconnect with our own high-tech capacities, right? Which might take the form of scraps of paper, because the high-tech part, right? The advanced intelligence part is just to continue to remember that we're all together right? In this interplay of gathering and dispersal, right? And that the sort of logic of separation and individuation that they have imposed upon us is a forgery.
Yeah. Yeah.
So on the theme of friendship, I think for me the question is why is in politics, why is friendship so hard, right? Which I think is why we're talking about it, right? I think the way I think of this is we all carry pain, right? We all carry pain within us, and the system, this logic of individuation you're just mentioning, invites us to think that the way we get over our pain is by getting recognition for the uniqueness of my pain, right? And in fact, when we think about X or any of the other platforms, that's what they're doing, right? It's a system that's based on the idea that we produce images of our own pain and in the hope that we get that recognized, right, through this algorithm, right? And of course, it individuates us in that way, right? And that's the limitation of using these tools for political struggle, right? Because it individuates us. There's one of those sayings that everything that Gandhi said is we don't really know if he said it, right? All these things that we attribute to Gandhi. One of the things that we attribute to Gandhi is this saying where we say the way to find yourself is to lose yourself in service to others, right? I like the saying. I don't like Gandhi that much, but I like the saying. But it's true, right? Because the way that you get to the point of political friendship is actually you have to set aside something of yourself, right? You have to set aside something of yourself, right? And that's when we think about these technologies, right? Your question about how do you use this tool that is connected to a genocide in one place to reveal a genocide in another place, right? We've always had to take tools from the system to fight the system, right? That's always, because how else are we going to fight, right? That's the only way we're going to fight. That's what you're talking about, right? In the South African struggle. But the question is, how do we not allow those tools to co-opt us, right? How do we? And the answer to that is I think that it's a cliche, but it's the only answer, right? Which is like we have to be organized, right? Like what we're talking about when we talk about friendship in a political context is also like that's the building block of being organized, right? And without we can't, this is where you end up in this conversation is are we organized? And Shireen yesterday was talking about in the movements in Egypt and Tunisia, but for her the lesson that came out of it, one of the lessons that came out of it was they both underestimated the power of the state and overestimated the power of the state, right? I think that's such a crucial insight, right? And we're in the same situation where we're constantly making statements that give ourselves a power that we don't have, right? Because we haven't organized to have that power, and at the same time making statements that present the system as impossible to defeat, right? Both of those things, because they're both flip sides of the same thing, because we haven't got ourselves organized well enough, and we haven't done the intellectual work of really mapping out what we're up against in a way that we can assess what its strengths and weaknesses are and what its vulnerabilities are, and do that work of finding the slipperiness of this of these forgeries, right? Where are the things where it falls apart? Where are the bits of it where it falls apart? That's our intellectual project, right, that we need to be doing, right? So, you know, you know, we have to get beyond this practice that I think we do too much of position taking. We have the correct position. We can be proud of how pure and radical it is without the only thing that makes that position worthwhile is the organizing power behind it. Right? That's I think where this ends up. Thank you.
There are unfortunately very few alternatives for devices. Very few. I have a Fairphone. So the Fairphone basically is an alternative. It's a Dutch company that makes them, a very small Dutch company. And it's not connected to blood minerals. So this is something that is important for them. So that's one way. But there's been a lot of initiatives, like a very small initiative, that unfortunately fold because we want the newest, the most powerful, the most convenient tool. And sometimes we have to learn Linux rather than use an operating system like Windows or Macintosh, which is very easy to use in brackets. And I guess we also need to think in terms of infrastructures, not only devices, because some of the battles will be at the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure level, which includes the data centers that are being built almost all over the place, which hold our data, but also which train version 4 of ChatGPT and uses a lot of water to cool down the servers. And so these are, we don't need that. And there are resistance movements, like specifically resistant against these data centers in the United States, in the Netherlands, in Mexico, in many, many places. So these are emerging movements that we need to follow very closely.
Thank you. We have 1 minute before break. If you have something you want to, if you want to make a verbal intervention in this, you can do that now. If not, hand over your scraps of paper after this is over.
I just have quick announcements, and thank you for this wonderful panel. We will start the next panel, or the film screening, at 11:15, so please be back here. We'll show the film, and we will have lunch available right after.